after. But for now, to ground our day, to start off our day spiritually, I kindly ask our team all the way from the Kingdom of Tonga, the Honorable Minister, and your team from Tonga for our morning devotion. And they've also requested if they should have some time to sing a few songs. So, Honorable Minister and team from Tonga, please take your time. A couple of songs is always good as we are waiting for more of our delegations to arrive. Thank you.
Malolele, and good morning, everyone. Now we have arrived on the last day, and I want to thank the MC for giving us the opportunity to lead our morning devotion this morning. So may I invite the Tongan delegation. If you are Tongan, please come to the front. If your spouse is Tongan, come to the front. If you used to have a Tongan boyfriend, come to the front, or a Tongan girlfriend, you are all qualified to be Tongan this morning. You know, the more the merrier to lift our spirit to the Lord this morning. Now, where are all my Tongans? Do you have the, how is the idea? To put up the thing on the screen?
We are going to sing.
Now, the program, I try to make the program this morning as inclusive as possible. So I'll put up the lyrics for the songs on the screen, and I invite you all to join us when we sing. Right, we'll start with this very common chorus, "O Lord my God." I'm sure all of you know it. To warm us up, to warm our fatafata up, and to invite the Holy Spirit to come and join us this morning. Now the rest of my people are here. Now we have a very short program, so we will sing the first one, this "O Lord my God," and then we will sing a Tongan hymn. The lyrics will be on the board, and I invite you to sing with us. And after that, I will ask the Deputy CEO for the Ministry of Internal Affairs in Tonga, Mrs. Luisa, to say a prayer for us. And after the prayer, we will sing 2 love songs from Tonga. I know you people are all very loving people, and you'd like to sing love songs from Tonga. And then that will be the end of the very short program. So we'll start with "O Lord my God." I don't see my Tongan USP people here. Oh, they're here. Thank you.
With my students.
Thank you. I hope you brought your voice with you.
My students.
Thank you. All right, I will start the song. O Lord my God, when I in awesome wonder consider all the works thy hands have made, I see the stars, I hear the mighty thunder, thy power we will sing it, and then Luisa will say our prayers. Punake.
Let's pray. Almighty God, praise be to your name, our God and our Lord, the Alpha and the Omega, the kings of all kings and the Lord of all lords. We come to your presence to start the day 3, the last day of our Pacific Early Childhood Development Forum. We thank you with deep gratitude for all the presentations since day 1 and day 2, telling us how to raise our children better. A generation to come where we see children as men and women of the Pacific Islands that are wise, trustworthy, honest, and smart, and can run their own families, churches, and government, and countries. We thank you for the UNICEF lead, Jonathan Beach, and the UNICEF Pacific country teams for all the assistance through TA, resources, and money to the Pacific Island countries. We thank you for the PIF and their assistance with policies regarding our children. We thank you for the government of Samoa. We thank you for the Prime Minister and also the ministers, CEO, permanent secretaries, and all participants who shared their knowledge, researchers, in the past 2 days, giving us messages to take back to our countries. Father God, we thank you for the money allocated and for all resources granted to our Pacific Island countries. We stand here this morning because of your loved ones, our children, our heritage. And we pray that for all countries in the Pacific Islands, may your love, your wisdom, your resources be poured unto them to bless them all. Our children, building resilient with rearing them and to grow up and become populace of the nations. Dear parents, we commit to you, last but not the least, please help them to do well with Kaliloa and also the Fatafata Mafana. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Thank you, Luisa. Now the spiritual part is finished. Now we will go to the love part. We wait for the. Is. Huh? Page 2. You have page 2. Well, there's a problem with our technology. The other page of the document seems to have been swallowed by the machine. But don't worry, we have the lyrics with us. The first song is a love song. It has caused a lot of debate and arguments between the Fijians and the Tongans as to who owns the song. And the debate is still ongoing. But I have scientific proof that the song belongs to Tonga. It was composed in 1915 for the late Queen Salote when she was still a princess. It was a love song. It was composed by a high chief, Tuivarano. I think the Fijians all know Tuivarano. He has very close relatives in Fiji. So after the song was released in 1917, Tuivarano went to Fiji to visit his relatives. And a high chief in Fiji, Ratu Tuineau, fell in love with the melody of the song. So he asked to borrow the melody. And he put their own lyrics. And then Isalei was born. You are all familiar with Isalei. So what started as a royal love song in Tonga ended up as a farewell song in Fiji. We will sing the Tongan version, and if the Fijians want to sing the Fijian version, they are most welcome to do so. Okay, here goes. title of the song is Lily, which means Lily of the Valley. So the princess was likened to the lily of the valley. The last one is farewell song. Now my voice is running away. Like my is a love song. What we heard that a certain suitor tried to propose to the princess and he was rejected. So he went back and composed this song telling the royal house, okay, you stay there with your princess. I am going there to sit and watch the sunrise. And in Tonga, when you refer to the king, we call it the sun. The king is the son of Tonga. So watching the sunrise, meaning he wants to watch a new day, and probably the king will change his mind. So here goes, it's called Tautavale. It's named after one of the royal properties. Thank you very much. That's the end of the entertainment for this morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause. Thank you, Honorable Minister, and your beautiful choir all the way from the Kingdom of Tonga. We apologize if we knew we had an entertainment early this morning. We prepared a nice gift or prize. However, we will definitely nominate you for Tonga's Got Talent next year. As we're moving along with our program, in this moment, I'd like to say to our guests and honorable delegates from Fiji, Nisa Bulavinaka, Nisa Yandra, from all the way from Cook Islands, Kia orana, Popongi, Peheakoi, from our Federated States of Micronesia, Moketen, Rananim, Kusalele, Kiribati, Kona Maori, all the way from Nauru, our delegates and honorable guests, Eka Morio Omo, all the way from Niue, Whakalofa atu ki o koe. Our honorable guests all the way from Palau, Ali, Ongil Tutau, PNG, Papua New Guinea, Moren, Aro Orgeta, you're all right? Our honorable guests from Tuvalu, Taloha, Whakamolomole. From the Republic of Marshall Islands, Yagwe. All the way from Solomon Islands, we say hello and morning. And again, our guests from Tonga, Malo Elele, Malo Aupito for preparations this morning. Fefehake, Saipe. And our honorable guests from Vanuatu, Halo, Kambakis. And of course, the beautiful islands and atolls of Tokelau, Pakawhelo yaktu, ta'aloha nei. And some of our close partners and development partners from New Zealand and Australia. Kia ora. Good day, mate. In the language of the heavens, spoken only by the angels, they say, ta'alofa lava, ma lole soifua, ma le langi mama. Ma le fua mai fa nunga le lei. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Yulia Li'i, Dr. George Usufono Leao Tuitama. I am an associate professor and part-time dean for the Oceania University of Medicine. And also I'm a full-time mental health specialist looking after our mental health services here in Samoa for our Ministry of Health. I have the honor of being your master of ceremony today, and you're probably wondering why did they get a mental health doctor to MC the last day? Yes. Is there suspiciousness of mental instability in our forum? Am I here to do a mental health screening or mental health assessment? Maybe. So if you address me as Dr. George during our ceremony or during our forum during the breaks, I might be obligated to give you a free screening or a free mental health assessment. So for ease of communications, and just for today, I will allow you to call me only by Master or Master George. So final day can be dreading. So I am here today as your part-time entertainer, full-time timekeeping, I'm doing a very bad job at it, and unofficial lost and found services. Speaking of lost and found services, this sounds like a bag full of money. So someone has left this in the front desk. If you could please see me, it might be a little lighter when you receive it. So ladies and gentlemen, my goal is to keep things moving, keep you smiling, and make sure no one leaves before the food is served. Welcome to the final day of our forum. It's been an incredible journey so far, and we thank you for the energy, the commitment you've brought into this space. We have another meaningful day ahead of us, so just a couple of quick reminders and housekeeping matters. For your phones, please, if you could kindly put it on vibrate or on silent. Unless you're calling your auntie to join us for lunch. In that case, please put it on speaker so we can all say hello. Our bathrooms and our toilets, excuse the language, is just outside towards the right. So, but please don't all go at once. We might wonder if there's another event happening there. Photos and videos. Please feel free to take photos. Just make sure your flash doesn't blind the person next to you. And if you're taking my videos, please make sure you get the good side. Sorry, that's both sides. And also, if you like and follow the Ministry of Women Facebook page, all the photos and your videos from last night during the forum, even the unofficial photos, will all be there on our webpage. Remember, what happens here will always be posted online. Emergency exits, as you can see, our green running man. So please follow the green running man in case of any natural disasters or in case you hear that really annoying alarm. So if you don't know where the exits are, just follow someone that's rushing. Yes. If you're gonna panic, panic with a purpose. As per protocol, I have been kindly reminded as well to make sure that it's only for your ministers that are doing the interventions, meaning it'll only be the honorable ministers. However, we have special distinguished guests that are specifically invited for today, like our honorable judges from our judicial system. They will also be an exception to this to share their opinions and also share their knowledge. And last but not the least, our lost and found. So if you lose anything like your keys, your phone, or your dancing moves, or your voice singing, please check with our team in the back or come to myself. So most importantly, relax, smile, and enjoy. If you're not having fun, then you're probably doing it wrong. Any other? So please turn to your neighbor. So we've now been spiritually checked. You've now been physically present. Now we need a mental health check. So please turn to your neighbor. Shake their hand and ask them, how is your mental health this morning? Okay. It sounds like I need to do a lot of assessments today then. Yeah. Ministers, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates, today we will explore how we can strengthen the resilience of early childhood development systems across the Pacific, with a particular focus on supporting children and their families through strong, coordinated, and multi-sectorial approaches. Our next honorable guest needs no introduction, but I'll introduce him anyways. This is our Honorable Minister of Lautimuia Weleseva'ai, the Minister of Finance for Samoa, to please join us to do the first presentation and open our forum with the opening presentation. Please put your hands together to welcome the Honorable Minister. Great introduction.
Good morning. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for reminding us of our mental condition this morning. I think after the Kava long sessions last night, it's a great reminder to all of us from Dr. Fassi that the long arm is for the children only. And of course, the Fatfata Mafanfana is also for the children only. My fellow ministers, development partners, and colleagues from across our region, it has truly been a pleasure and a privilege to have you all with us here in our beloved Samoa this week, and we also come together for the Pacific ECD Forum. It is a great honor to be part of today's important discussions focused on fostering resilience in early childhood development across our Blue Pacific region. As Pacific leaders, we know how important resilience is. We have made it through cyclones, rising seas, economic shocks, and pandemics. We are also aware that our children and our communities will be the first worldwide to face climate change. Resilience is not just a policy word, it is our lived reality. Today, I want to briefly speak about three things. First, why investing in ECD is one of the smartest, most cost-effective decisions we can make as a Pacific region. Two, why resilience in ECD systems must be multi-sectoral and a shared responsibility. And three, why this forum must result in real action, especially through the PRC for ECD Work Plan 25-27. Building on the valuable discussions and background papers we've engaged with over the past few days, we are reminded that 90% of a child's brain development occurs before the age of 5. This is the foundation of everything that follows. Yet, many of our children are not getting the start that they deserve. Every dollar we invest in the early years generates a lifetime of returns in learning, health, productivity, well-being, and social cohesion. When we invest in parenting, nutrition, and early learning, we are not only protecting children, but also we are building stronger families and stronger nations. That is smart economics. Secondly, building resilient ECD systems must require all of us. Health cannot do it alone. Education cannot do it alone. Finance, social welfare, community development, we all have a role to play, and it is the mandate of governments as a whole. That is why the Pacific Regional Council for ECD is so important. It brings us together to the table, not as isolated ministries or islands or nations, but as a collective force for change and as guardians of the next generation. But we need to go further. As we have seen over the last 2 days, this forum is more than just a meeting of minds. It is a commitment to action. I want to challenge us all to use the PRC for ECD 25-27 work plan, not just as a document, but as a shared roadmap. Let us define clear outcomes. What does success look like? For example, for a mother in Tokelau, for a young father in Vanuatu, or for a family rebuilding after a cyclone in Fiji. Let us commit to reporting on progress through the Pacific ECD report every 2 years. And let us mobilize both external and domestic resources to drive sustained impact. Fostering resilience in ECD means preparing our children not just to survive, but to thrive. It means standing together as Pacific nations to ensure that no child is left behind and no opportunity to invest in their future is missed. On behalf of Samoa and our government and our people, I thank you all for your presence, your partnership, and your unwavering commitment to our region's youngest citizens. May this gathering mark a new chapter of bold, collective action for the future we all share. And importantly, let's enjoy the sessions we have planned for today. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for setting the scene for today. As we transition to the next session. Now, if you thought that was good, wait until you hear the next one. If our last speaker gave you something to think about, the next one might just give you something to Google later. Next up is someone who promised to keep it short and sweet, something I failed earlier this morning. So please, let's give a warm welcome to our next speaker, whose talent is only matched by her bravery and her beauty, for agreeing to follow the main presenting opening statement. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Madam Melinia Nawadra. Melinia Nawadra is a policy advisor for social inclusion at the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat, and also she will be here to moderate our next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. George, for that wonderful introduction. You raised me up, and hopefully not to throw me back down. But Jan Ravinak, it's a great pleasure for me to be here today to moderate this great session. I think the theme for today is really to reflect on the conversations that we've had this week, the great discussions and the sharing that we've had this week. And so, warm greetings to you all, and as Dr. George has said, in the language of the angels, talofa lava. And Nisa Jan Rabinaka, to stay true to my origins of Fiji. Before we carry on further, it is my pleasure to invite our esteemed panelists this morning. And if I may invite the Honorable Vainetu Tai Rose Brown, the Minister of Health, Internal Affairs, Agriculture, Superannuation of the Cook Islands, Honorable Aseri Ranronro, the Minister of Education, Fiji, the Honorable Minister Sonia Talangi, Minister of Social Services of Niue, Ms. Rosita Mawai Matalavea, the Director of Finance of Tokelau, and last but not the least, the Director General of Health, Iona Dr. Alec Ekeroma of the Ministry of Health, Samoa. If I may call the panelists to please make their way up. Vinaka Vakalebu. The title of this session is Sector Champions. What will it take to strengthen sectorial actions and multi-sectoral collaboration for early childhood development? It really is a great start for the last day. Over the last couple of days, we've been talking about collaboration. How can we work better together across sectors, but also within our own sectors? How can we bring all of the players together within the sector to work better for our children and providing them with a great start to learning, to life, and to living. And so this morning we want to really turn our focus on what is needed to build an even stronger, more coordinated action across the sectors over the next 5 years, and at least the next 2 years when we meet again at a forum like this to see the progress that we have made, particularly in terms of working better together for our children. And so we are joined this morning by a group of leaders. And I have had the pleasure of working with most of our leaders and our ministers here on the panel. And I can say truly that they are champions within their own sector, within their own countries, but also importantly across the region. And so they're representing their sectors of health, of education, of finance, and social welfare particularly. And so this morning, I'm going to ask or invite our distinguished panelists to share and reflect the high-level statements or reflections responding to a question, which has a couple of parts. And I'll just read that out for our distinguished guests, but also for our panelists. What actions are needed to strengthen both individual sector efforts and cross-sectoral collaboration in early childhood development? And how can your sector's current priorities and commitments support this goal? And what support do you require from other sectors and contributions your sector can make to advance our shared objectives? So really the question is talking about how can we work together to advance early childhood development and the cross-sectoral engagement that can happen both at regional and at national level. And so if I may first invite Honourable Minister Rose Brown to start us off with these high-level reflections. Vinaka.
Talofa. Talofa as the language of the angels. And Kia orana, that is the language of the heavens. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge our Honourable Minister from Tonga for setting the scene for us, because I was so nervous coming in this morning, and as well as our Master of Ceremony, and those that have already made our Masters of Ceremony from the first day to yesterday. I just want to acknowledge you all. And all those that are behind the scenes, those that are working hard, doing the hard work for all of us. And I also want to acknowledge especially our team from the Cook Islands. They are our very important people. Those that are here and those that have stayed home to manage and to continue serving our people. So working in collaboration, I have with me both ministers from the Cook Islands, Minister of Education, and I am the Minister of Health, Agriculture, and Internal Affairs. So this is our way of working in collaboration. We've started, and we are continuing to start. by delivering our interventions together. But the lady is always the boss. So I chose to start. And both our names are Vaine, starts with Vaine. So we have a lot of common, And we are wearing green to represent our country. This is our country color. And black is to represent today, Thursday being Domestic Violence Day, trying to end domestic violence. So please bear with me. I'd like to start off with a chant from our paradise. This chant is performed by a warrior, by a man, describing the pain, the labor pain that his wife was going through, right at the very moment of labor and through the delivery of a child to this world. So please bear with me. Tangaroa pū me tua kore, ka anō ki te waine. Ko ina tua kaikura. Uri ake ana ko te ke anga vai me a vai ki nui. A vai ki tau tū, a vai ki tau aro. E vai renga, e vai kura. E tangata, kua pūi e mai ki te ao marama. Tupuranga te tangata. Tupuranga te tangata. Ai e koko. So we are very familiar. There are familiar words in the chant. Vai means the water, when the water breaks. And then out comes a child to this world. Tangata, we all know that's the child. And tupuranga is the growth, a new growth to this earth. So I would also like to add to this a verse from the Bible. Proverbs 27 verse 17 says, "As iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens the other." This verse emphasizes the mutual benefit of positive relationships and interactions. So ladies and gentlemen, I will now hand over to our Honourable Minister to continue on with our delivery. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Rose. Kirana, good morning to all of us. As our verse says, iron sharpens iron. But I'm not sure who will work for our Minister of Fiji and the Minister of Solomon. They need heavier iron to be sharpened. How do we strengthen our sectoral actions? Please bear with me. Strengthen sectoral action in ECD begins with strong leadership within each sector. However, strong leadership is not enough. As leaders here, we need to be prepared to make bold and sometimes unpopular decisions for the sakes of our children. Not like all of us come over here to the regional meeting over here, collect all of our allowance, and then when we go back, we all go on our own way, we forget about ECD. We need to change that mindset. We all know we have our own responsibility when we go back. We all have our mandate to deliver in Parliament, but this is an added subset of what we need to deliver. So ECD need to be brought as a priority within our national work. Now, being at this ECD forum has reminded us to return to our traditional ways of raising children, where culture, heritage, reo, and faith are deeply woven in the ways we nurture our young. So maybe the bold decision is this, that to go forward, we must go backward, and we must choose to go forward, we must go backward. And we must choose to go backward, to go forward together. Something like Back to the Future. So maybe this is Back to the Future Part 4. So as one of the last countries to develop our national ECD policy, we have an opportunity to integrate these values, what we've learned here, and utilize existing faith, cultural frameworks, revive our reo and peo Māori, our Cook Islands language, blending our culture carefully with the necessary improvements of today. Now, this will ensure that our children are able to grow up with a strong sense of identity and a clear understanding of a unique place in our society. It will assist parents to act more naturally using the community support systems that will know and understand. In short, there's a saying, affirmation that we say back home now to celebrate our 60 years of self-governing. I know who I am. I have my awaiki. Kua kite o ko e au, e awaiki tōku. Meaning, I know who I am. I know who I am. I have a awaiki, my ancestral heritage. Now, in the Cook Islands, this will mean that I call upon our senior officials, and some of them are over here, responsible for child ECD outcomes, to remove the barriers that separate us and begin to share data sets, resourcing, design holistic ECD policy and programming grounded in local knowledge, culture, and partnership. A whole-of-community approach designed to include faith-based organizations, similar to what we've heard to Papua New Guinea and Solomon sharing yesterday with us. The private sector, the NGOs, the CSOs, local communities, parents, and caregivers. Now, I want to once again acknowledge the support of our existing multi-sectoral collaboration efforts, our CSO and private sector. Our Cook Islands Child Welfare Association offered free 6 weeks community-based program, a program designed for pregnant mothers. And in addition, our child welfare carry out health screening and baby checks and promote cooking classes for our young families. Now, their work is a contributing factor to the high immunization coverage rates for children under 3. And our bank, the Bank of South Pacific, and our baby-friendly hospital programs, where the bank renovated our dental clinic to be a more friendly environment for families. Another crucial step for strengthening sectoral action will lie in an increased focus on and investment in capacity building. These are our nurses, our school teachers, social workers, counselors, and others would benefit from a sustained and ongoing ECD training, which is crucial to enhance the quality of ECD services. Yet, despite existing training programs, workforce shortage, particularly teachers, nurse, and midwife shortages, make it hard to attract and retain staff. Now, training opportunities for those working in ECD need to provide clear guidance on how to address the needs of marginalized child groups, including children and disability. So currently, Cook Islands Early Childhood Education Curriculum training initiatives equip educators with the skills to create inclusive classroom learning environments, but further work remains to be done to ensure that responses from all sectors are inclusive of children and disability. We are always looking to explore innovative strategies to scale up training and professional development for those working in ECD, especially those working in the outer islands. And this could involve, for example, utilizing online platforms to deliver courses, workshops, and resources for health professionals, early childhood education staff. And ECD is a clear long-term investment in the future of our nation. It requires visionary leadership, commitment, free from ego, and focus on legacy programs that can stand the test of time from one generation to another. Now, investing in the children of today means investing in a more prosperous nation for us and for the Pacific. Kia orana and kia manuia.
Pinaka wakalevu, Minister Rose and Minister Mokoroa, for sharing with us the work that you're doing in the Cook Islands, but also the wisdom that you both have shared for us to take this work forward. If I may invite the Honourable Minister Seri Randrondo to please make his statement.
Thank you, moderator. I just want to add on to the different language that has been mentioned. The language for the angels, Talofalava, and the language in heavens, Kia orana. But don't forget It's not only a language of your origin, moderator, but a language where happiness finds you. The way the world should be in Fiji, Bulawinaka. Respected ministers from the respective 15 Pacific Island Valley countries, representatives of the key government ministries, advocates of early childhood development, and ladies and gentlemen. Nisam Bulawinaka, Talofalava. Fiji reaffirms its unwavering commitment to early childhood development as a cornerstone of our nation's future. Our coalition government has solidified this through the successful development and launch of Fiji's first ECD policy in December 2024 and the National Pre-Primary Education Policy introduced last month with the support of UNICEF. And these policies led to the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, and Ministry of Women, Children and Social Protection to ensure a comprehensive approach to the ECD. So I have sort of tried to break down the questions that has been given to us. And the first is, what will it take to strengthen sectoral and multi-sector collaboration in ECD? I believe this is a common challenge in every other country. The sharing of data and information, continuous sharing of data and information between ministries, including child growth monitoring, vulnerability mapping, identifying children at risk of neglect, of abuse, or educational barriers, and budget support. We are currently in the process of reviewing our child protection policy of 2018, and also bridging the gap between the maternal and child health card from ages 0 to 5 and school health records. When students get to enroll in schools, limited information sharing, like the cards that is given from the hospitals for mothers to monitor their children. And these cards are not usually made readily available to schools when they come and enroll. So we need to improve and increase awareness on the importance of those data for children when they come to enroll in school. And the coordination amongst the ministries to ensure cohesive support of children. So what will it take to strengthen the sectoral and multi-sectoral collaboration? We currently have the National Early Childhood Advisory Committee, but it is now our challenge to ensure that we reaffirm our commitment and have regular meetings, consultations with this committee to ensure that these three ministries understand their respective roles in terms of ECD collaboration. So how can our sector's current priorities and commitments contribute? One is quality ECD access. Our policies in the Ministry of Education guarantees that every Fijian from birth to age 8 has access to quality early learning proper facilities and comprehensive care. This is covered in the ECD policy. Teacher support, and I think this could be the same in all other countries. Fiji, given its geographical location, has its advantages and disadvantages, has its challenges. We have over 900 schools all around Fiji, and also ECE, a little bit more than 900. And this has its challenges in terms of teacher support. So currently our ECE teachers, we are paying them only to work from 8 to 12, so 4 hours a day. And this is something that our PPE policy that was recently developed, we try to incorporate the extension of 8-hour engagement as compared to 4-hour engagement currently in practice. Robust curriculum, our ECD policy and pre-primary education policies offers a holistic curriculum covering cognitive, social, emotional, physical, and language development. So what support do we need from other sectors? Ministry of Health, continuous health monitoring and data sharing, including the health promoting school initiative, as I've alluded to earlier. For Ministry of Women, provision of safe houses for vulnerable children and necessary guardian support, including psychological counseling, ensuring that children continue their education journey. The Ministry of Finance, very important ministry. It's good that we have the Minister of Finance for Samoa here with us. They can echo this during their ministerial meeting. The provision of budgetary support and sustained budget support and multi-year financing. Our development partners, we need you more as you need you. So we need the technical support for system integration and the financial assistance to enhance our ECD program, infrastructure support and infrastructure development for safe buildings, accessible buildings, and disability, child-friendly learning environment across all regions in Fiji. So what can our sector offer in return to advance collective efforts? Leadership in ECD and PPE policy developments and implementation. We need to have champions in this sector, and also we need to have committed focal points within the respective ministries so they can collaborate, so they can move and initiate discussions to meeting our targets. Expertise in integrated ECD services through excessive collaborations. We cannot achieve this by operating in isolation by the respective ministries. We need to work together. We need to share the information and develop policies to reflect the current challenges, the current trend that is confronting our ECD sector. And sharing best practices with Pacific neighbors, it's good that this workshop has given us some hindsights in the respective countries, and we see that we need to develop best practices so we can work towards and try to monitor our progress in achieving the ECD challenges that is confronting us individuals. So in closing commitments, we need to strengthen the ECD and PPE curriculum for holistic child development. We need to continue to invest in capacity building for ECD teachers, a new frontier for teachers. So we need to see how best we can entice our teachers to go further down at the ECD level. And expanding infrastructure and equitable resource allocation. Proper resource needed for ECD forums, and ECD children need to enjoy their facilities and their learning environment. And lastly, fully implementing our pre-primary policies. The 5 priorities areas in Fiji are evidence-based programs, qualified workforce development, the robust monitoring system, family engagement initiatives, and equitable resource allocation. When we started our journey in 2023 as a coalition government, for Ministry of Education, we started with a general declaration where a study was undertaken and a consultation where we came up with a general declaration identifying the areas of need in the Ministry of Education. So we identified 7 thematic areas that will help us develop the 10-year sector plan from 2023 to 2033, hopefully to also include the ECD. And we are currently reviewing the Ministry of Education Act from 1966 after 54 years of existence. So some of the staffs in the Ministry of Education, they were not born when this act was enacted. So it is interesting to see what will come out of this review of the Ministry of Education Act 1966 to try and make the Act be responsive to the challenges and the needs on the ground. When the Act was developed at the time, there was very little focus on ECE, very little focus on ECD, very little focus on digital platform, very little focus on teachers. And when students eligible to be attending school, not attending school, the focus was not on to those students that are not attending school. So this is something that we hope that this Ministry of Education Act review will capture and attend to the gaps that are currently being identified, and hopefully the Act will be future-looking in the next 50 years to capture everything that is currently being identified as the loopholes, as the gaps, including the ECD and ECE platform. So through our Solibaki approach, we will ensure a brighter future for our children. So as the language where happiness finds you, Nakapaka level, Whawhetau, and thank you very much.
Honourable Minister, for sharing the great work that Fiji is doing, but also emphasizing the importance of collaboration across sectors. And now it's my honor to invite Honourable Sonia Talangi to share her reflections.
Thank you, Moderator. Talofalava, language of the angels. Kirana, language of heaven. Pulavinaka, the language of happiness. Whalofa hofiofiatu gimtolu. Whalofa laiatu, the language of the Almighty. Honourable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege and pleasure to be with you all. And thank you so much for having me. As my ministers will be getting used to me now, I have a lot to say, but I will try to keep it short. I am blessed. In Niue, we have the Minister of Natural Resources, that looks after agriculture, fisheries and so forth. We have the Minister of Infrastructure and Finance. We have the Honourable Prime Minister. But I am honoured to be the Minister of the People. The Minister of Social Services looks after education, health, justice, culture, community affairs, and anything and everything you can think of that would fall under those mandates. So in my role, I have to look at the Ministry of Social Services as an ecosystem. And I reiterate again, where is UNESCO? Yes. Now, when you look at UNESCO's mandate, it's a UN specialised agency. It's supposed to look after education, tick. It's supposed to look after culture, tick. Where is UNESCO? And I say this because they are here to establish global standards of education. And they have also formed partnerships with the WHO through the Health Promoting School Initiative. Yesterday I found out they have initiatives with the UNFCCC. When Atamirina, where are you? Thank you so much for sending the survey through. Education for sustainable development, green education, climate smart education. All of these are our strengths in the region. All of these areas are things that we need support to develop further. So where is the so-called global agency? And where is the trickle-down effect? In saying this, as leaders of our region, when are we going to look at pulling away from the Asia-Pacific regional view? Because we cannot compete with the billions of Asians in our region. But our heritage and our history and our cultures are so rich, and we have so much to offer the world, and solutions that we've had for generations. We knew conservation before the Palangis came. We knew health and childcare before Palangis came. So I'm of the generation that stands up to ask these questions, to push back. Where is UNESCO? I think in true Pacific fashion, this speaks to our resilience as Pacific people, because if things aren't there, we move on and we make do with what we have. But I tell you, in 2004, we had a Category 5 cyclone, and the private sector had a meeting a couple of days after the cyclone hit, and mostly the Palangi stood up and said, we need to reintegrate back with New Zealand. The planes are coming and taking planesfulls of people back to New Zealand. And I was fresh out of university. And you know, when the older people are speaking, it's a bit hard to put your hand up. But I worked at the airport, so I put my hand up. And I said, actually, it's the visitors to the island, it's the very young, and it's the very old that we cannot care for. Those are the people on the plane. But people like me, still here, and still at home, paddling our canoe. Recently, we had a person from SPZ come and present a Status of Pacific Education report, an SPC person. But within the report, there was nothing on Pilna. When I did a search in the document, there were only 4 references, and references they remained. But literacy and numeracy are actually SDG indicators. So at a regional level, at a global level, there needs to be more coordination, there needs to be more efficiency. Without UNESCO in the picture, education in the region is going to be inefficient. Now, I'm grateful. I really don't understand. I mean, I come from an infrastructure background. That was my previous role before coming in. And I attended a UNSCAP meeting. And the feedback from the officials is that, wow, the Pacific is always so fast to come through with their statements, whereas Africa and Asia and Europe are always fighting. But the Pacific, always first to complete their statements and present them to the forums. And this is because the Pacific is a family. And as a family, we need to work together. And where we see that there are others that can benefit from such programs, this is where we need to talk to each other as well. Because we love to share and we love to build each other up. And as a region, we are stronger together. I'm so grateful and blessed and privileged to be one of those working at home. Because our people work hard. Before, we used to wear 2 or 3 hats, and as our population continues to have its challenges, we now do 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 things. A lot of the work in the ECD frameworks we've actually done, but we haven't formalised. And same for health promoting school initiatives. But we just need that little bit of help to just, those little tweaks to formalise those structures, those little tweaks to get the label on to help us access external support or even just to get that recognition. In our schools, we are actively embracing AI. We have already started professional development with our teachers, and our teachers are also encouraging our students to use AI. And I stress AI is a tool. AI is not going to go away. If we don't start establishing safe guidelines for its use and its purpose, then it's going to get away from us like other things have. But it also leads into Indigenous data sovereignty, which I also pushed at the Education Ministers meeting. And Indigenous data sovereignty, because of our cultures and because of how our cultures are entwined, it's important for us as a region to also recognise and address this area as well. And I thank the ministers from the Cook Islands for the references to the teacher and nursing shortages. And, you know, for Niue and I'm sure for the Cook Islands, when we look at standards, we look at New Zealand. And there are significant gaps in pay. And, you know, there are a lot of people that want to take our workers to New Zealand, but we're the last of the Mohegans, and we refuse to move because we love and we appreciate the paradise that we have. But, you know, as I shared with the Honourable Minister of Samoa and Papua New Guinea, I am a child of the Pacific. It was good enough for my grandparents, my parents. It's good enough for me. Whakauelai mahaki.
Punaka Wakalevu, Honourable Minister.
Sorry, I forgot. I tried to keep it brief, so I tried to keep it into a napkin size. I wish to thank and acknowledge the officials that are with us, the Honourable Minister of Finance who has joined us, Whakauelai mahaki, and the Financial Secretary. Yeah. My Director of Education is one of those that wears many hats in the community, as well as my Secretary of Justice, Darren, and my Maternal Child Health Officer, Tisela. They were right. They're absolutely right in saying it's not just the whole of government approach, it's a whole of nation approach. And I wanted to make sure that I included this point before I finished. Thank you so much for your indulgence.
Punaka Wakalevu, Honourable Minister, for sharing those insights, particularly on strengthening our approach as one Blue Pacific continent globally, and also the whole of nation approach, as you've just shared. Thank you very much. And now if I may call on Director Rosita to share with us this morning.
Maloney, I'm sorry I didn't practice a song last night. But Honourable Ministers, all protocols observed. With me is Minister of Finance, Honourable Minister Education, and the three of us are directors and some of us supporting from Tokelau. Being here really gives me a grasp the importance of this age group, ECE age. It's very vulnerable, an age group that is depending on us in making decisions for them. They're very important, noting the importance. I was invited the same forum 2 years ago, and I was actually sick for not being able. It's not that I didn't ditch it, but through this forum, I'm able to hear, grasp the issues, and from the various speakers, from the discussions, and I'm finally getting it, and the presentation is taking it to the heart. Very inspired. On the investment side, the more you invest, well, these are the terms that are coming from presentations, the more you invest in this age group, they're likely to increase the GDP in the future. I like to say, I'll go in faith with that. I believe you, I will totally believe you, but I'm not going to say, but from financial perspective, our resources, it's from experience, resources is limited. And that is the reality. I don't want to be negative or sounds like a killjoy from a very positive forum from the beginning of this meeting, but not everything make it into the budget every year. So during budget screening, the whole process goes through prioritization, by importance, based on government plans, or whatever is regulated. So before it goes into the recurrent budgets. So I was introduced this Caesars in Ministry of Finance Samoa. I was working with the Honourable Minister Samoa, Finance Samoa, just cut put whatever is important, depending on policy, we just put it into the budget. So what is left, it's recommended to the honorable ministers of finance, and they are the one who go and do the fighting in the parliament for approval of these budgets be passed. So what I'm saying is, yes, we don't have enough resources. So what is given to the honorable ministers to fight for in the parliament for approval has to have good supporting documents, good documentations, reasoning, and data that make it through the reason why it goes through the budgets. So, you know, I always get, probably if the minister put through his stuff that he wanted, so yeah, I'll just say yes. But it's all up to the General Whānau to say, yes, we'd like to pass this budget based on what we provide them. In Tokelau's situations, while the ECE policies is at its early stage, I'll take my hats off to Honourable Minister Education and Director Elaine, who drove the compilation of this policy. And it still is needed to be consulted in all the islands of Tokelau. So most of these activities are project-based, and hopefully it will at some stage, if it's very important and needed to be sustained, weave through the recurrent budget for its sustainability. The risk of having a project-based approach, once the project is completed, it will die in its natural death. We just forget about it. And that's the risk that we're noting, unless, of course, we'll get the donors to support it, a project or an activity for a long time. But as addressed by our head of dedication, Tokelau, Honourable Minister Education, the way that we look at approaching implementing this policy is supporting through multi-sectoral policy framework. Well, it makes sense. We share costs. There's, make sure there's no duplications. There's coordinations amongst the sectors, even though they are project-based, but there are ways that we can put it through in the budgets framework. But it required all of the sectors to have a lot of discussions of activities so that there's no duplications. And that's one of the challenges that we have, is to do a lot of discussion. So some of these activities, I'm glad that we have our education and health here, especially relating to the children, like for nutrition's under the health, but education can put it under as part of the curriculum, like healthy food for the children. And that captures the data under the project-based, particular to this particular child. But how do you sustain that going forward? It's something that we hope this policy would address, and it gets the buy-in of our people through consultation to say it's important. We like to regulate this particular activity. We want to see this testing activity happening every year, and then it would have a place in the budget, and then again it will fight against, prioritizing what is needed or what is most important to put it through from the various sectors. And that's what Minister of Finance needs. Depending what is important in the people, what he will fight for in the parliament, and that's what the data that is coming through. In Tokelau, working with the finance, we are very flexible in the budgets, adaptive budgets at various levels in our recurrent budgets. We are also learning and interested in any of the countries how funds are injected and allocated at the various level, capturing the data of how that can be evaluated and monitored over the years. So the issue here is the data. How can we sustain that data? It's so easy for finance because our finance data is usually audited every year, and we just maintain it for the audits. But when it comes to the children, the data that is with the children, how can we bring that data to support the ministers, support the budgets going forward? And that's the challenge that we see from this policy. The leading agencies has discussed earlier, would you say that's one of the challenge, and that's something that we need to be coordinated in the sectors. It's not easy, and seeing that you can say that we are the small island, but you can see most of them, their preference is face-to-face. But through discussions we use speedboats and boats and canoes to go between islands to do the consultations, because we want to capture that awareness, to capture what the people need. And if they really wanted it, then this can be used for regulations or policies, and that can be weaved through into the recurrent budgets. As mentioned, our budgets process is quite flexible, so it's up to the directors or general managers to do the prioritization, as long as they don't go over the baseline. The challenge, because for the 3 islands, the infrastructure, introduction of change and acceptance of new concepts could take time. It takes time, and we use the technology can be instrumental at the moment in the communications. But these Talanoa sessions, it can be done like 2 or 3 times before you actually put it through. So it can be 1 or 2 years before you actually implement it. I wish I have a lot of money so that we can all put all the activities here and implemented it, but we don't. And that is why we need a lot of consultations. We talk more, and eventually it becomes a reality. So the policy is still at early stage, and most of the indicators, implementations are financed through project-based under various sectors, and we hope through consultations we could consider some activities that can be regulated and automated in the recurrent budget as an annual activity for our sectors. We look forward to a forum like this to give us some insights of how other islands are implemented for this policy. Whakatailahi tele.
Inaka Wakalevu, Director, for sharing those insights, particularly that it makes economical sense for us to be investing in this particular age group. And last but not least, to our health sector, Director General of Health for Samoa, CEO Iona, Dr. Alec Ekeroma. Naka.
Thank you for the opportunity, and Talafalava to everyone. Warm Pacific greetings. Listening to the greetings from heaven, from the angels, and from happiness this morning reminds me of the fact that we all come from different Pacific Island countries. We are here in unison and unity, working towards a certain purpose and goal, and yet we still have that competitive banter, competition between island countries, and this is more obvious, of course, in sports, in rugby and all that. But in gatherings like this, it comes out, that sort of friendly rivalry between the different island countries. It is an honor and privilege to be here in this forum, and also to be on this platform. My Minister of Health is in Geneva for the World Health Assembly, and hence the reason why I am here. I never thought in my wildest dreams that I will share the same podium as the Honourable Health Minister of the Cook Islands, Vaine Rose Brown, who I hold in utmost admiration. Not because she's married to a Samoan, but because the health reforms that are actually happening in Cook Islands right now, under her leadership, is most amazing. The Cook Islands is banning smoking right throughout. And it's something that, I wish could happen eventually in Samoa, but it's going to take a long time. We have 41% of our population smoke. The Cook Islands is going to be zero. It's already zero in some of the islands. So congratulations, Vaine, for that wonderful things in the Cook Islands. My first exposure to the ECD conference was in Nandi in 2023. I was only 2 months into my post as Director General of Health. And it was an eye-opener for me because I never heard about ECD. And so I had a lot to learn. And there, of course, I met the organizers and UNICEF and all those from the other Pacific Island countries. But also I met someone called Lohau, Donina Va'a, who is now the CEO of Women's in Samoa. And I said to her, why is someone so gifted from Samoa here in Fiji? You need to return to Samoa and serve our country. And a year later, she's here as the CEO of the Ministry of Women's. So I can't help this but say that UNESCO is actually in Samoa. They are funding the Pacific Academy of Science at the National University of Samoa, and I'm one of the trustees. Sorry, I couldn't help that one. The strengthening in Samoa. So strengthening Samoa for multisectoral collaboration. There's the ECD Technical Working Group. This is established under the Ministry of Women, Community, Social Development. And this group unites the ministries of health, education, finance, and natural resources. Loa was just mentioning to me that we should also include MAF, Ministry of Agriculture, because we heard a fantastic presentation from the Cook Islands as to how agriculture should actually be linked into ECD. So, but then the emails went around this week, and the Ministry of Justice CEO was also included in the emails in the organizing of this event. So maybe the Ministry of Justice should also be on this working group. Of course, to take into account the law and the legal rights of children. And we are honored to have one of our judges here who will say something today in this forum. But I feel that the meetings of the technical working group could actually be more frequent. The meetings have been infrequent. And so therefore, we tend to work in isolation, even though that we're working for children, but we're not sort of imagining it as a multisectoral effort. We tend to think it was, we're working for children, but working in our own sectors. So, for example, in our health programs, we observe, of course, the principle of universal health coverage. Universal health coverage is to guarantee that all citizens of the country of Samoa, wherever they live, that they have access to basic primary health services. So we have a large sector, primary healthcare sector in town. We have something like 34 GPs, and that's primary healthcare. And then we have our own outpatients department at the hospital. But also then we have 8 district hospitals throughout the country. And those district hospitals have doctors and nurses. And nurses actually work in multidisciplinary teams funded by the World Bank. And those multidisciplinary teams have nutritionists, for example, nurses, vaccinators, community, public health workers who go out and talk to families and the community about nutrition, about keeping the environment clean, and also to follow up on patients that are seen in the various district hospitals. So we have integrated programs, not only in our own sector, but also with the Ministry of Women's, because Ministry of Women's is our key to the community. So when we have major programs, we tend to go through the Ministry of Women's. And that's where our link is to the community. So we provide in health, of course, free maternity care, postnatal care, breastfeeding promotion, family planning, community nursing to monitor the health of the community. As I mentioned, we have nutritionists in every district hospital. And also we have our immunization program that goes right up to primary school. And measles is around. We've been warned that there's a case of measles in New Zealand, which means that measles is only 4 hours away from our island countries. And we had a Pacific Heads of Health meeting in Nandi 2 weeks ago. And it was good to see that, some of our island countries have got 100% vaccination coverage for measles, for example. Like, for example, I think Tonga is 100%, Niue is 100%. I think Cook Islands is up there as well, in the 90%. Now, Samoa has slipped down to 61%, I hate to say. But so we need, right now, we have 3 teams that are mobilizing across the difficult to access areas around from here to Faleolo to actually get the vaccination rate up. So it's something that we're working hard because measles is probably not far from our shores. Now, some of the key strategies for resilient systems that we have here, as you know, we have a shared leadership. Prime Minister Fiame Naomi Ta'afa emphasized that ECD is a national priority, so requiring collaboration beyond governments to include the private sector, NGOs, and our communities. Also, we have a holistic framework. Samoa's ECD framework 2024 to 2034 integrates health, nutrition, education, and protection, ensuring no sector works in isolation. We also have data-driven coordination. We have the working group's monitoring and evaluation framework that tracks progress across sectors, enabling adaptive strategies. So I think that monitoring framework should actually be coming out, maybe every 2 months, informing us, reminding us that we need to work at our own sectors to make sure that we pull our weights and to meet the goals of the ECD framework. Also, we have aligned with PRC for ECD 2025-2027 work plan. Samoa's commitments were this ECD conference here, forum here. We bid to have this in Samoa this year. And so, it's our attempt, of course, at leading the regional knowledge sharing, emphasizing climate resilience and inclusive policies. And also the integration with the Pacifica Call to Action. Samoa's ECD framework aligns with BRC for ECD's mandate for multisectoral governance, mirroring the Pacific's 2050 strategy for a resilient Blue Pacific. Political and financial priorities, of course, there's budgetary allocations, Ministry of Finance involvement in the working group to make sure that the ECD remains a fiscal priority for Samoa. Also, we have regional partnerships in collaboration with UNICEF and PRC for ECD, strengthens technical and financial support for scaling progress like ECD. So for climate change, we integrate the ECD into our national climate adaptation plans with our MNRE partnerships. For community engagement, the Ministry of Women's is expanding the SEED project. This is the, Luau will remind me, of Samoa Extended ECD Development project that will be rolling out as a community-driven initiative, deploying frontline workers to villages, ensuring grassroots engagement in health, education, and protection. And then we have equity and inclusion, mandate disability inclusive ECD services through the Ministry of Women's led priorities and policies. And also there's a regional accountability to adopt the PRC for ECD's indicators for programs tracking and peer learning. As you know, our Prime Minister, Honourable Prime Minister, said on the opening of our forum and also articulated again by CEO Luau is that children may make up just 10% of our population today, but they are 100% of our future. If we don't prioritize them now in budgets, in policies, and in leadership, we will be the ones to pay the price later. This isn't charity, it's a strategy, and anything less is not just a gap in service, it's a failure in vision. So let's be bold, let's choose to lead for them. So in conclusion, Samoa's ECD success hinges on sustained multisectoral governance, localized community action, and alignment with regional frameworks like BRC for ECD. By hosting this forum, Samoa can model collaborative leaderships, ensuring no child is left behind in a Blue Pacific's resilience agenda. Whawhitai.
Whawhitai, Director General, and thank you again to our esteemed panelists this morning for sharing with us. While we don't have time for opening up for questions this morning, but we do have with us a very special invited guest. And on this note, I would like to invite the Honourable Justice Vui Clarence Nelson, if he would like to share with us some of his own reflections on early childhood development through the work, the great work that he does, particularly at the global arena. Vinakabakaliu.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and Talofa, and Pacific greetings to everyone here this morning. You know, when you come and speak to an auspicious gathering like this, there's so much I want to say. So I will have to restrain myself and keep it brief because I know time is very critical in these kinds of meetings. For those of you that I haven't met, my name is Vui Clarence Nelson. I'm the senior judge of the Supreme Court of Samoa. I've been a judge for about 25 years. Most days it feels like 125 years. And I've also been very privileged to have spent 8 years as a member of the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child, as your representative from the Pacific. In fact, some of you will recall that in collaboration with UNICEF and SPC and some other international donors, we brought that committee out of Geneva. It was a hell of a struggle, but we pulled them here, this very room, just before COVID hit in 2020. And they had a dialogue with hundreds of children in this room. And we reviewed, I think, FSM, Cook Islands, and we did a pre-review of Kiribati, and we also reviewed one other country. I think it might have been Tuvalu. And for those people, it was a life-changing experience for them to leave Geneva and New York, where they always sit, and come here and listen to the children of the Pacific. And we were able to get children from around the Pacific to Talanoa with the committee. You know, in my course of my time as a judge, I've probably seen every kind of horrible thing that can be done to children. Next week, I have a case of a 12-year-old boy who was sleeping in his mosquito net. Along came his adult cousin, put a gun to his head and killed him because the boy had said something about his cousin having a girlfriend. The latest atrocity we've had is a 14-year-old special needs girl with disabilities, was left in the care of her uncle. He raped her, and that wasn't enough. He gutted her like a pig and left her body in the plantation for the family to find. So when we talk about protection of children, I can go on and tell you stories that would curl your toes. But I wanted to come here and say and focus and remind you to focus on one particular aspect of protecting children, and that's the online space. Why? Because we all know children in the 21st century live mostly online. We are the caregivers of the children. We live online. The predators who prey on children live online. The sex traffickers, the drug traffickers, the influencers who are trying to change our children's minds about things. Anybody who has a cell phone these days thinks, I just go on Facebook and do a live blog, and some of the things they come out with, you look at it and you go, oh my gosh, what kind of world are we living in? These are the things that our children see daily, because we all know if a child doesn't have a phone, he's got a friend who always has a phone. He's got access to online matters anytime. So you cannot have a meeting and outcomes for early childhood development without paying a lot of attention to the online aspect of everything that you want to do. And that is the message I really want to make, to remind you about. That when you're doing your recommendations, don't forget, pay attention to the online aspect of your outcomes and your recommendations. I had a conversation once with Bill Gates at a meeting in New York. And I asked Bill Gates, I said, what can we do to protect our children from all these online harms and the risks to their safety online? And he turned to me and he said, Judge, don't ask me, ask your government. And he's right, because online is provided by internet providers. Internet service providers provide the online. Sometimes government are part of it, sometimes they're not, but certainly government licenses and regulates these companies who come and make a lot of money out of the online spaces that we all enjoy. And I'm not saying online is all bad. Of course it's not all bad. But it has all these dangers. And I think, sadly, in the Pacific, our governments are very poor at monitoring the content of what is being provided by these internet providers to children and to the people of Pacific countries. I think we don't do a good job at that. We need to pick up our act. We need to change that part of the story. We need to do better. I would urge you, Excellencies and your delegations, when you do your recommendations, please keep that in your mind. And look at whatever you recommend, think of how it affects the online aspect and how safety of children can be prioritized in what you're wanting to do. It's not only about blocking the harmful sites and trying to stop all the harmful things. Another thing I don't think we're very good at is using the online space for our own benefit. We were talking yesterday about culture, the importance of culture. Well, for most of us, or maybe just for me, who's the oldest in the room probably, we grew up in a different age, in a different time. We learned from the arms of the grandfather, the grandmother. Children now are learning their culture online. They're learning sex education online because some stupid people said religiously you cannot have this done and dealt with at school. So they go online. Is that a better option? They're learning all sorts of things online. And we need to understand that, and we need to make ourselves part of that. We are competing with all these terrible things online. We need to flood social media with the positive messages about our culture, about our tradition, about the best practices that we should adopt, about how to be a proud Pacific person. All those positive things. We need to flood social media with it because the internet operates on algorithms, or that's what the experts tell me. You keep flooding social media with that, the artificial intelligence that controls Facebook starts putting all that kind of thing before you. I'm a fan of the 70s rock and songs and that. So half my Facebook content is put there by Facebook because it knows that's what I like. That's how the internet works. So it's not only about blocking the harmful content, it's about also empowering us, our individual countries and governments, to promote the positive content and to really compete with all the other horrible things that are out there. Because the reality is that in the 21st century, that is what our children are looking at. And that is what we are looking at. That is my message to you today that I wanted to appear and deliver personally. Thank you to Minister Lautuia for the very valuable opportunity. I'm really glad to see you here, because we all know at the end of the day, we can have these meetings on and on and on. We can have the fancy recommendations, which on paper look great, but if that kind of man doesn't put the signature to it, nothing will happen. So I am very grateful to see our Minister of Finance here, and I think we should all also remember that it's everything that you want done depends on people like this in your respective countries. You have to also make them part of the story. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Vinaka Justice Nelson, for sharing with us this morning some great lessons. Again, if we could just say thank you to our panelists this morning. And before I close this session, I just wanted to reflect on some of the key messages that our panelists and, of course, Justice Vui Clarence Nelson shared with us. One is around changing mindsets and prioritizing early childhood development across our different sectors and also within the sectors. In the Pacific, the importance of centering early childhood development in our culture, in our faith, and in the interventions that we make on early childhood development. And I wanted to quote Minister Mokoroa in saying, to go forward, we must go backwards. And I think that's a really important message, not only that we received from our esteemed panelists, but throughout the last couple of days. The third key point that I took from the panelists is the importance of sharing data sets, information, and best practices. One, between ministerials or ministers, between our sectors, and across the region. I think we sometimes look outside of the region, but we have a lot of great practices here within our own region, and the importance of us sharing amongst each other. And a key thing that I also took was around indigenous data sovereignty and the importance of that, particularly in the sustainability of our own data and creating that. Again, reiterating the multi-sectoral approach, the importance of collaboration and coordination across sectors, across stakeholders, and taking a whole-of-nation approach to early childhood development. So bringing in our civil society, our private sector, our churches, our traditional leaders as part of this ecosystem to create a better future for our children. And thank you for the reminder for us as partners, as regional partners, the need for greater coordination amongst ourselves to better support you, our member countries, who we are here to serve. And I think that's a great reminder for us, not only as CROP, but also the other development partners that work in the region to support you, our members. So working together as one Blue Pacific continent as well. And how we can better support our countries based on your needs and the direction that we get from you. Also, I just wanted to touch on what Justice Vui talked about around global social norms, around CRC, and bringing the committee into the region. We've also achieved another milestone in the gender equality space. Last month, we brought in the CEDAW committee, also for the first time to the region. And so us as a region, we are breaking that glass ceiling. And so it's kudos to the ministers for your leadership in bringing in these very important platforms to our region and leading the global community on that. Also the reminder that it makes economical sense to invest in early childhood development. And so if we are to increase GDP, we need to build strong evidence and support the rationale to make that economic investment. And also the importance of consultations in building that evidence and rationale for investing in early childhood development. And I just also wanted to close on the great reminder that Justice Vui had presented to us this morning on online protection for our children. They live in a digital age. And so in going forward, we need to be mindful of how we can use technology, one, to protect our children and our citizens, but also using the technology for our benefit and for the creating positive messages from the Pacific to take to the world. And with that, thank you very much this morning, and thank you very much to our panelists, and I pass you back to our moderator for the day, Inaka.
Sorry, before our panelists head down, and especially our moderator, I've been kindly instructed, if you could please make your way to the stage. The UNICEF wants to take a special photo. We just want to make sure we have the faces of our true sector champions. And as they're getting ready to take the official photo from our photographer, like to take this opportunity to thank you to all the panelists and especially to our moderator. And a special thank you as well to our Honorable Justice Vui for sharing of resources, multi-sectoral approach. If Honorable Justice Vui, Clarence, if you could kindly make your way, there's a special request for your photo to be included as well. No. Another round of applause, everyone. As they were sharing about the sharing of resources and everyone looking after each other, I couldn't help but remember, I recently just came from a trip in Tokelau doing a mental health project there. And in Tokelau, they have this system that's called the Inati system. This is the system in which everyone goes out fishing. All the men and the able boys, and when they go out fishing, they get all the fish. And when all the fish is present, these fish are equally divided amongst all the families. So for the specific village area that I was in, there was about 90 different families. So it was a system in which they were all looking after each other. And one of the ways in which this encourages is that no one is actually left behind. So, and they don't do it for just a small village or a small area. They do it for the whole country, and this is for all the islands. So, thank you once again, and that brings us to the end of this session. So if you're still awake, please just give yourself a small pat on your shoulder. And one of our activities before we head out for our morning tea is look to your neighbor. Just look to your neighbor, have a good look at them, and just smile. Just smile at them. You don't need to laugh. You don't need to say anything, you just smile. They say smile is actually a good physical exercise. It actually moves majority of the muscles in your face. And as a mental health exercise as well, it actually enlightens your spirit. So no matter how sad or angry you are, if you smile, it takes away that emotion. However, if you're smiling for no reason, you probably need to see me after. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to our next program, I just have a few announcements. So first, we'll be breaking out into two different rooms. Session 3.3A, which is the Ministerial Roundtable, chaired by Honorable Minister Kiran of Fiji. This will be held in the VIP room next door. Now, as a kind reminder for this, please, there's only one CEO to accompany the minister. It's mainly due to the space and also for the conversation to be easy shared around. So this is the Ministerial Roundtable. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay. So this is also chaired by Honorable Lau Timuia, Weleseva Ai of Samoa, and this will be held at the minister's VIP room next door. There will also be another session of 3.3B, which is translating vision to action, country-level planning for ECD. This will be facilitated by Mr. Temisia Tuitamia. So this will also happen right after our morning tea, which we are running a little bit late. So we are actually trying to get everyone back here before 10:45. However, we are running fashionably late, they say. It's a new thing now. So I guess today we are testing the limits of our fashion. Without further ado, please, one last reminder is for all the tables in the back row, those tables will be removed and the divider will be pushed forward. So if you could take all your belongings with you as well, as during the morning tea and break, we'll be moving the divider and we'll be removing all the back row seats. Last one is, sorry, the next one, lost property. So just in case these are medicinal glasses, it was left in the front desk. Please come and see me before 12. After 12, there's an interest. Second, I was also asked, I know that you all love pictures, but people are now asking me, what's the Facebook page? There's 2 Facebook pages for Ministry of Women. So if you go on the Facebook page to follow the Ministry of Women Samoa for all the pictures and videos, whichever one that you click first, if that has pictures of gymnastics or memes or funny clips, that's not the one. It's the other one. We apologize. We tried our best to remove that page. However, it's very difficult. Mark Zuckerberg, yeah. Second one, last and final one, is your badges. I was kindly advised by the catering to please make sure you have your badges at all times. And this is mainly for your meals and also to ensure that you get your correct and right meal, because some people have special diets. So just in case someone gets a vegetarian meal that they don't like, please wear your badges as we head out for a meal. Please enjoy your tea. Thank you. Even so good that I think some of our team is missing. So in 5 minutes, I was kindly asked to please, if you can see that your minister is not present or some of your team that needs to be here, please, we need to start within the next 5 minutes. shared vision and strengthen political commitment to early childhood development across our region. We are honored to be led in this session by the PRC for ECD Steering Committee co-chairs, Honorable Lautimuia Weleseva'ai, Minister of Finance of Samoa, and also our Honorable Minister, Dr. Ratu Atonio Lalabalava of the Ministry of Health and Medical Services in Fiji. Please put your hands together and welcome our chairs.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tuitama, our Master of Ceremony for today. Welcome again, Honourable Ministers. We've been asked to consider the outcome statement by our officials that were conducting a meeting parallel to the roundtable meeting of the ministers in the next room. So I'm not sure if you have it, if you have a copy with you. Otherwise, can we have it on the screen, the outcome? Here we go, Honourable Ministers. And I think since it wasn't given to your Honourable Ministers beforehand, I think it's better that we go through the statement paragraph by paragraph. So there is paragraph 1, the first paragraph, actually, sorry. Are there any comments, objections, recommendations for changes from the Honourable Ministers? Honourable Ministers, I take by your silence that you have agreed to consider and endorse. Can we scroll on, please? Thank you, Honourable Ministers, for taking your time to read. I think to make it easier, I'll, Mr. MC, I'll start reading from paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, for ease of reference for the Honourable Minister. So in paragraph 5, considering that we have considered and endorsed paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, paragraph 5, I shall read, we commend the increasing recognition of the importance of ECD in regional sectorial meetings. This has been reflected at the Conference of Pacific Education Ministers 2025, resulting in the Port Moresby Declaration, which highlights the importance of early learning and development, and the Pacific Islands Forum Women's Leaders Meeting 2024 Outcome Statement, which underlines the need to link and coordinate gender equality and social inclusion with ECD efforts. We recognize the Government of Samoa for hosting the ECD Forum 2025 and the concurrent Pacific ECD Summit for workers and caregivers. Any comments, Honourable Ministers, shall we endorse those two paragraphs? Endorse. Thank you for your silence. Hereby, next paragraph, hereby we affirm our shared determination to emphasize the importance of the key recommendations for PRC for ECD that have guided conversations during this forum and exchange continued partnership and collaboration to translate these recommendations into action for the benefit of Pacific children. Commit to the implementation of culturally grounded parenting support initiatives, which will be strengthened and developed, tested, and scaled up through partnerships with churches, schools, health systems, and civil society organizations. Recognize culture and faith as central to the Pacifica call for action, ensuring cultural values and indigenous and traditional knowledge inform ECD policies and services. Commit to action to promote early stimulation and adequate nutrition from conception through the first and next 1,000 days for healthy development, noting that early undernutrition and obesity raise the risk of non-communicable diseases later in life. Reaffirm Action Point 10, underscoring ECD's role in building climate resilience, and identify promising practices, assess impacts, and explore scaling opportunities that highlight Pacific Islands countries' contributions to adaptation. Commit to aligning ECD programming with climate policy and financing mechanisms. Commit to enhancing the quality, relevance, and inclusiveness of early childhood education by actively implementing national and regional strategies that improve teaching and learning in ECE and the early years of primary education. Recognize the growing digitization of the Pacific and prioritize building the capacity of service providers and parents to strengthen online safety while leveraging emerging technologies to benefit children. Strengthen the integration of multi-sectoral ECD services, including transforming ECE centers into inclusive hubs that provide nutritious meals, health and hygiene education, access to child health and developing screenings, nutrition support, and other family support services. Commit to increasing budgetary allocation to ECD and developing a Pacific evidence-based advocacy package to boost financing and strengthen planning and coordination mechanisms. Recommit to the Pacifica Call to Action Monitoring and Evaluation Framework and call for this to be aligned with the 2050 Strategy for a Blue Pacific Continent Monitoring, Evaluation and Learning Framework with continued biennial reviews to monitor progress and results and guide future implementation. Acknowledge the continued critical role the PRC Force ECD as the regional governance mechanism positioned within the Pacific regional architecture that provides leadership, alignment, and regional coherence in translating this commitment to ECD into action in line with the 2050 Strategy for the Blue Pacific Continent and all relevant strategies. And lastly, we, the ministers, endorse the recommendations of the steering committee, which included the proposed review of the terms of reference and specifically the co-chairing responsibility be shared across 3 countries. As part of this endorsement, we also support the steering committee co-chairs being senior officials of the same countries as the elected ministerial co-chairs. Representing the 3 sub-regions of the Pacific, we congratulate the governments of the Cook Islands, the Republic of the Marshall Islands, and the Solomon Islands on their new roles as co-chairs of the PRC for ECD. We also congratulate the Cook Islands government as the host of the next Pacific ECD Forum in 2027. In conclusion, we, Ministers of Education, Health, Social Services and Finance, and our senior government representatives from Cook Islands, Federated States of Micronesia, Fiji, Kiribati, Nauru, Niue, Republic of Palau, Papua New Guinea, Republic of the Marshall Islands, Samoa, Solomon Islands, Tokelau, Tonga, Tuvalu, and Vanuatu, reiterate our regional commitment to ensuring that no child is left behind. We call on all Pacific governments, development partners, civil society, and faith-based organizations to accelerate the implementation of the Pacifica Call to Action on ECD, guided by cultural identity, equity, and resilience. We reiterate the call to build a stronger Pacific ECD system grounded in who we are and in the full potential of every child. And with that, Honourable Ministers, I put it to the floor for any comments or any interventions, any recommendations by your Honourable Ministers for any changes. Again, I thank you for your silence, and I will take that as an endorsement from the Council. Thank you very much. Ministers, I will also read from the outcome. This is the outcome of the ministerial roundtable meeting that was held today by your honourable ministers. On Thursday, the 15th of May, the PRC for ECD ministerial roundtable was convened and represented by honourable ministers of the PRC for ECD from the Cook Islands, FSM, Fiji, Kiribati, Nauru, Niue, RMI, Samoa, Solomon Islands, Tokelau, Tonga, Tuvalu, Vanuatu, and PNG. Ministers heard from UNICEF as the PRC for ECD Secretariat and appreciated the achievements of the region and affirmed the continued focus on cross-sectoral coordination, ongoing partnerships, and continued investments in ECD in the region with a focus on reaching the most vulnerable. Ministers welcomed the progress updates presented by the PRC for ECD Steering Committee co-chairs and further endorsed in principle the key recommendations presented, noting the Secretariat will incorporate the proposed edits to the final recommendation, including aspects of training, inclusion, nutrition, parenting, child protection, and strengthening overarching faith-based approaches. Ministers endorsed the 2025-2027 PRC for ECD priorities and encouraged alignment with national strategies and governance. Ministers endorsed the recommendation of the Steering Committee, which included the proposed review of the terms of reference and specifically the co-chairing responsibilities be shared across 3 countries. As part of this endorsement, ministers also supported the Steering Committee co-chairs being senior officials of the same countries as the elected ministerial co-chairs. Ministers acknowledged the work that will continue with the Steering Committee, supported by UNICEF, to enact these changes. Ministers welcomed updates from regional stakeholders on synergies between ECD and broader regional frameworks, including cross-sectoral updates from CPEM, as well as a set of recommendations on ECE that form part of the 2025-2027 key priorities from this forum, as well as an update on the alignment with the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent, delivered by PIFS, which emphasized an embedding of ECD within the regional architecture with co-secretariats shared between PIFS and UNICEF, integrating the Pacifica Call to Action reporting to the 2050 dashboard and taking ECD to to the Leaders Forum in the Solomon Islands. In acknowledging the new chairing structure endorsed at this meeting, nominations were put forward representing the 3 sub-regions of the Pacific. Ministers congratulate the incoming co-chairs and affirm their role in steering the Council's strategic directions. Again, congratulations to our 3 ministerial co-chairs from the governments of the Cook Islands, Republic of the Marshall Islands, and the Solomon Islands. A big hand of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ministers also supported the Cook Islands' bid to host the next Pacific ECD Forum in 2027. Congratulations, Cook Islands. As outgoing ministerial co-chair, I would like to offer my support for a smooth transition of the role of co-chair and facilitate any upcoming discussions. Congratulations again to our 3 new co-chairing countries. Thank you, and so forth. Thank you, Dr. Tutam.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for summarizing our day today and summarizing also our outcomes. Next in our program, we have our closing address. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to our final session of the 2025 Pacific ECD Forum. It is my pleasure to introduce our speaker for the closing address to offer a final reflection and reinforce the call to action that has echoed throughout our time together. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Jonathan Veitch, UNICEF representative for the Pacific Island countries, to deliver the closing remarks.
I'd like to just say to Dr. George that I could do with a mental health break, you know, so after this we have to have a conversation. Honourable Ministers, distinguished guests, partners, colleagues and friends, Talofa Lava, very good afternoon to you all. As we conclude this important regional meeting on early childhood development, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to all of you for your presence, your insights, and your unwavering commitment to the youngest members of your Pacific communities. Early childhood development is no longer just a priority. I feel like it's a movement rooted in Pacific values and driven by Pacific leadership. From the powerful voices of our children during the Talanoa, to the bold national plans shared by ministers, to the testimonies of traditional and faith leaders, this forum has made one thing clear. Children are not passive beneficiaries. They are present, they are aware, and they are calling on us to act. Through the voice of Nafanua Pati Mafoa, who was part of the Talanoa, I was happy to share the stage with other children and to know the leaders were listening. Her words remind us, when we truly listen, we don't just hear their hopes, we hear the future urging us to act. As our outcome document reminds us, we reiterate the call to build a stronger Pacific ECD system grounded in who we are and in the full potential of every child. Throughout this forum, we've been reminded that culture is not a barrier, it's our foundation. That our traditions and culture remain vital and relevant, providing children with foundations and identity while offering practical solutions to navigate contemporary challenges in our rapidly evolving world. And that climate resilience, nutrition, learning and well-being must begin in the earliest moments of life. To all our government partners, thank you for your leadership in placing early childhood development at the center of national policy and planning. Your efforts to integrate health, nutrition, education, protection, and other services are critical to giving every child the best start in life. To the government of Samoa, whawhatai for your gracious hospitality and leadership, especially to the Prime Minister of Samoa, Honourable Fiame Naomi Matafa, who graced us with her presence on Tuesday. To Honourable Ministers Lautumia Welese Va'ai and Sashi Kiran, thank you for your unwavering support. To our outgoing steering committee co-chairs, Mrs. Luau Donina Tiliva, she'll be able to rest soon, and Mrs. Abaka Anjay Madison, your leadership will leave a lasting legacy. And to our new co-chairs, Cook Islands, the Republic of Marshall Islands, and the Solomon Islands, congratulations. You have our full support. UNICEF is really honored to serve as the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Council for ECD. And our commitment continues as we take the key recommendations from this forum forward. We continue to appreciate the expanded partnership with PIFS in this regard. To our donor partners, thank you to the governments of New Zealand and Australia for your strong commitment to our young children and to enabling us to be here. To our development partners, PIFs, crop agencies, civil society organizations, faith-based organizations, and community leaders, your collaboration and innovation are helping to build systems that are more inclusive, culturally grounded, and responsive to the needs of families across the Pacific. To the researchers, practitioners, and officials who shared their knowledge, thank you for reminding us that evidence must guide our actions and that local solutions are often the most powerful. And while we're here, let's not forget the parents, caregivers, and frontline workers who are the first teachers, the first protectors, and the first champions of our children. To every participant who brought energy, wisdom, heart, and of course singing, thank you. Finally, to Tamasina Resort, to the marvelous backroom team, for me it looked all so smooth, but it's never smooth. You know, there's always things going on under the surface, but on top of the surface it was always very smooth. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your immense support and patience. Let us carry forward the momentum from this meeting and turn our shared vision into tangible results for every child, in every village, on every island, because they deserve the best possible start to life. UNICEF looks forward to meeting you all in 2027 in Cook Islands, where we will gather again to reflect, share, and recommit, anchored in Pacific voices, solutions, and values. Whawhatai, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those wonderful remarks to close our ceremony. Now, as we still have a few more agenda on our items, so please bear with us. It only take a few more minutes. It's not really an official program, but however, we have some entertainment in which we wish to farewell you with. So next up, we have the young dancers of Siva Mamana Group. This group began with just 3 students and has grown into a thriving school teaching Siva Samoa and Siva Afi. Today, their talented dancers aged 5 to 11 are here to share the beauty of Samoan culture and please welcome the Siva Mamana Group.
Talofa lava pulavinaka malolele kiorana. Tasile neanganua Samoa. Atau nu malo. Ona faali leo leanganga fia fia isivam pe senga. O le aso, wa mātou siva atu ai, ma le fia tele whaawheloa i mawhātou wha atu, wai i le awhiwhia mai o le whainga mamalu i Samoa nei, mo le whanutanga a le Pacific Early Childhood Development Forum. Talosia i a vele mawhanawhana o le tari Samoa nei, le matalasi o lo mātou si o manga o atu maunga, mawau matua lanu lau awa, e mai se lau whafonga fia o tangata, ma le ngangana wha alo. E pele i o mātou whatu, ma nganga wha Pasifika, a mātou tū maanga, e wha o Sofia aile fia o le usunga whone le neiwai asu. Ai sili ai ona tāua i le nei mawtanga, pe a wha maite le atia e ino o ni fuafuanga e wha lelea a tili ai, a onga mo le whana witi, e pe o mātou. A vea foi le nei avanoa, e mātou tfa a maa vaim wha ato wha atu ai, pe a maa e a le nei mawtanga i se teimi o mua. O siva i o le a mātou siva atu ai, e moli atu ai sa mātou whaftai tele, e manatu ai pea le nei mawtanga, pe a o toto e fo i atu i a inga o lo whatari mai. O mātou fo linga matanga i le nei siva, e wha matala atu ai lo mātou mita i sio mātou nu o Samoa. Tasi le atu maangai maasani e o mātou tua a, i le selau ma selau o tausanga o tuana. Mo le toa tele o tama matei nei ti o Samoa, a fia, ua siva maata. Peitai, e au foi na sila fia, o le siva, e feso tai atu ai o mātou mauli matua a, ua mawai atu. E feso tai e foi le tangata malona sio manga, e au fia ai, malengata i fale i le sami lanu moana tio ata. I le ma lea, o le siva Samoa, o lo mātou wala le i malo a walo mātou wha asino manga. E wha lango i ai whana witi, ina ia wha awhaingo o fie o na mālamalama ai, lona wha asino manga wha Pasifika. E maasani le tupulanga la aiti ma le fesili le nei. O ai oe, o fea e te sauai. E tali le siva Samoa i e fesili, e wha matala e la mātou siva lo mātou wha asino manga, e mātou te fō lau wai i leo langa nei, ma le fia tele o mātou lava, o suli tau le niusina, o le nei motu iti, o whaingoaina o Samoa.
Talofa, bula, malolele, kia ora, and warmest Pacific greetings. On Monday, we danced in honor of your arrival here in Samoa in the Pacific Early Childhood Development Forum. We hope you have felt welcomed and nourished by our island, our warm waters, our mountains, our lush forests, our people, our language, and our Pacific hearts. Most importantly, we hope your conversations inspire and improve educational future for children like me. As you conclude your formalities, we humbly say farewell to those traveling back across the ocean and home again. We extend our alofa and gratitude to you in the dance we're about to perform. Our movements will tell a story of our beautiful Samoa, just as our ancestors practiced for hundreds of years. For many children in Samoa, dance is a form of joy, laughter, and fun. Deeper than that, however, dance is a way of connecting with our elders, past and present, our environment, seascapes, and each other. Dance is a powerful tool of belonging that so many children and youth depend on to understand their Pacific identity. In a time when children are constantly being asked, "Why, oi, who are you and where do you come from?" Dance is a way of navigating life and expressing how proud we are to come from an island as beautiful as Samoa.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoy that because they have one more number, and this is their Tawalunga. So introducing our Taupos, the three Westerlands performing their Tawalunga for today. Soya.
Ole Tawalunga, ole Afai, ole Uma. Ole Tawalunga,
Ma Lord Siva, ma Lord Sasa. Thank you, Siva Mamana Group. Thank you for this lovely entertainment. And because we have this entertainment, now we have another group who's also wishing to do their entertainment. But we'll put them at the last entertainment right before we do our closing prayer. But at the moment, I think this is a fitting time for me to say my farewells because it's almost 5 o'clock and I'm doing my duties here in the morning and I'll be on call tonight. So please don't have a mental breakdown tonight. I'll be very tired tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of our program. And if you're still awake, please give yourself one last applause. Before we formally close, please be reminded our meeting shortly after the closing for development partners, that is in the Savai room. This way, yes. Again, if you don't know where it is, follow someone that looks like they know where. Oh yeah, that way. Yes, follow someone that looks like they know where they're going. So, we've laughed, we've learned, and most importantly, we've made it to the end without anyone being deported or voted off the island. The powerful discussions, the heartfelt stories, to bold commitments and practical strategies, this forum has reminded us that our shared Pacific values are at the heart of how we care for and invest in our young children. So please, if you really enjoyed the session, you're more than welcome to thank them personally, especially our organizing committee. And if you didn't enjoy, please take it up with them directly. I'm just a messenger. As we say goodbye, remember, you can leave the event, but the MC's voice will forever be in your head. That is Master George, Mental Health. Remember the name. To each and every one of you, the participants, thank you for your energy, honesty, and dedication to the future of our children. So, for our final mental health exercise, please turn one last time to your neighbor and say, "You are a champion." Because that is who you are. You are here today. You played a part. Therefore, we are all champions. The success and moving forward of the early childhood development is everyone's responsibility. There's a common saying in the Pacific, it takes a village to raise a child. Thank you again for being such a great audience. You laughed at the jokes, clapped at the right times, and no one threw anything, so it was a success. As you prepare to go home safely, remember, what happens here in Samoa will all be posted online. So, mainly, just in case you forget a few things, we will share all the memories. So before our closing prayer, I kindly call upon our co-chairs, Madam Apaka and Madam Loau, to end our forum with our traditional tawalunga. Lawa fionga Loau, lawa fionga Apaka, DJ, mai taja musika. Now that we are physically in check, mentally checked, and our final moment of today is our final prayer to close and end our forum officially and spiritually. May I kindly call upon Honorable Minister of Education from Tokelau, Honorable Kelihano Kalolo. Lauafiong.
Thank you. Let us. Tu mau pe lava ki te koe te mamalu, te vikinga, te mana, ma te mahalohi o malau. Whanaka e ko ki tō langi. Iho e wako ki tō ulu whenua, te laua kau, ma te moana. I tai maalama, i tai tihua, i tai tiale, i tai ika. Haka hewa tonu mai ko ki te mātou malu nei, ni tai manuia. Haka manuia ko e koe te mālo Samoa, maona tangata nuku. Ona ko te alofa, o te anga le lei, ki tēnei mahutanga. Haka manuia mai ko te katoanga o te kainga o te pāhewhika. Wa haoni malanga nei ki te liu atu ki kainga manuku moni. Haka manu ia ko e koe ke hofola de moana ke malu de matangi. O kai heke tia. O kai lango puka. Te matangi moli ke oko, ke tau ki whenua. Te ingoa o te tamana, te ataliki, o te anganga tapu. Amen.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the most important part of our forum is our final and closing prayer. And that, ladies and gentlemen, finalizes our program. As you are leaving, please give one more big cheers for the Honorable Ministers and Honorable guests. Hip, hip! Hooray! One for all our organizers and people working behind the scenes. Hip, hip! Hooray! And one final one for all your lovely MCs. Hip, hip! Hooray! Tofa soifua!